Never fade, chat. It's Choomsday. And that means it's time for some arting. Hello. Hello, hi, hello. I am checking to make sure that things are working the way they're supposed to. Because normally, when I start, good old Seribot joins the stream and comes to police things and make sure that everything's good. And Seribot has not done that today, which makes me a little concerned. But everything I'm seeing says we're online, so we're just gonna go with it. I hope you guys can see me. And that I hit the right buttons. But for the time being, we're just gonna go ahead with it, and we're gonna see what happens. I hope you guys are having a lovely start to your week. Let me check one other thing real quick while we sort of let people find their way in and get going. 1 second. Okay. We might check in on it a little bit if it feels like things are not working, but we'll see what's going on. So yes, today we have this commission, which we're very close to done with. I just wanna, I didn't want to wrap it on Saturday just because I wanted to say let's get that last little like 2% of work, you know, the last little polishing bits to make sure that everything is as good as we can get it. So that's going to be what we do today, and then just kind of depending on how long that takes. We're gonna get started on a couple silly little comic ideas that I had and sort of play around with that. So yeah, I think, where's the sash? There's the sash. I actually kind of like how these beads came out. I know I was complaining about them over the weekend, but especially like at this size, I feel like they're doing quite well. Let's go down here. We're just gonna grab a little bit of this shading. Put a little bit more cast shadow on the body like that. There we go. Sorry. There it is. See, I think the main thing is the sash just felt like it needed a little more love. And then we're just going to do kind of a touch-up of some of the details on the face. I think there was something that was kind of not 100%. Cool. Feel better. Aw, thank you. And hello, Shadow. Not Shadow. Sorry. Hello, Standing. got my brain going in a direction. I hope you are having a wonderful start to your week. Hope things are going well. You're enjoying the summer. I feel like a lot of my practice last couple of years has really been sort of focused on like rendering. It's a lot of lighting, color, shadows, that sort of theory. I'm glad it's paying off. It's supposed to be 95. Ew. Ew. No thank you. How about you shave a good 20 degrees off of that and then we'll talk. Okay. Mother Earth is coming after us this summer. Gee, I wonder why. Whatever could have pissed her off so much? But aside from the, I think we earned a spanking, that's a paddling. Well, aside from the pretty nasty heat, glad things are going well. We're just... last week was really rough. This week started off feeling like it was going to be more of the same, but it kind of calmed down today, so I'm glad for that. Today went better. Yeah. I'd say the main sort of exciting thing from the weekend, aside from hanging out with you guys, was I finally... Took me almost a year, playing it off and on, but I finally beat Cyberpunk 2077, which is why I've got so much of the music on my mind. And I was thinking about it afterwards, because I liked it, I had fun, I thought it was an enjoyable game. I would rate it a 7 out of 10. And a lot of that negativity comes down to a fun, but not particularly unique RPG game system. Like it didn't really like blow me away in terms of like novel gameplay or anything. It was fun. It was fine, completely serviceable. But it didn't feel like a game that I hadn't played before, I guess. So yeah, that was kind of average. Not bad, but not great. And then the performance of the game really just kind of dragged at it. Really dragged the score down. Like, it ran, but... Uh-oh. Chat's freaking out. What's going on? Oh, there's two of them. There we go. That'll do it. It made a second chat box for the drawing channel, and I guess I didn't turn the old one off. No, that's me. That's just a little bit of that good old delicious streamer scuff. It's what we're all here for, right? But yeah, like, it was fun. And even though none of the bugs that I ran into, you know, game killing, they just kind of were this constant, you know, little frustration during gameplay. Just enemies being weird sometimes, little collision issues. Not to mention that the game, like, I would not have been able to stream it because it just demanded, like, all of my CPU all of the time. It upgraded computer recently. The game's still dry. So it played well, but it took everything I had to run it well. It's like an Adobe product. You give it RAM and it just asks for more RAM. Except this is CPU power instead. So even with an improved CPU, even with an improved graphics card, it was like, you got more? Which is not a way to build a game. It's not, except just throw more resources at it is not an acceptable way to design something, you know? And obviously the main upgrade that I got, like, I got a better CPU, but it's not, you know, a top of the line one. The main upgrade I got was the graphics card. And that really, like, it definitely helped it run smoother. I was getting higher frame rates more consistently. But it didn't improve the game's operational performance, right? It just did it at a better frame rate. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it didn't destroy the experience. And this is after, you know, like a year and a half of patches and improvements to the game. I can't speak to the launch quality because I wasn't there for it. So yeah, it's the state that it's in is a playable game and an enjoyable game, but it definitely does drag the score down for me. That said, I think the greatest thing that it suffers from is that they overpromised it, right? There's nothing wrong with a game being, you know, serviceable play in a fun package. You know, doesn't really reinvent the wheel or break the mold on RPG gameplay. That's fine. That's fine. As long as you do it well. I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, I want to see this completely change everything. I want it to be like an RPG that I've never played before. Doesn't have to be. That's not an issue for me. The reason it becomes an issue is because they said it was going to be. Cyberpunk was going to be the herald of the next era of AAA gaming. And some of that is hype and expectation, engendered by the community. And some of it was fomented by the developers. So that is on them. So, yeah, I'm glad they got the game into the state that it's in. Hopefully the DLC will, build it up to be even bigger and better. But the lead up to the game's release was bad. And I want to see people learn from this and stop promising the world with their games, because this is not healthy. This is not good for anyone involved, right? It's just a mess. That said, I am glad. I gotta give my shout outs to Cyberpunk Edge Runners, the anime that released, 2 years ago? I don't even know at this point. Time is fluid. Because that was what got me interested in Night City and the world of Cyberpunk. And, really enamored with the look and feel. And then, CD Projekt Red, smelling money in the water, put the game on sale at the same time Edge Runners came out. And I said, yeah, all right, fine. I hear it's in an okay place. I will go ahead and get it and see what they did. And I'm glad. Because Night City is incredible. As a setting, as an idea, it is fantastic. It is easily the best part of the game. And it would have been very unfortunate if I had missed out on that because the game was just too doo-doo to play. So I'm definitely glad for that. But it's a shame that the road to get there was so difficult. And I can't see CD Projekt Red being happy with what they've had to do to sort of climb back up. Because before the game came out, they were some of the darlings of the game industry, right? They were on top of the world. They were the most popular. They could do no wrong. Everyone loved them. And now, they're clawing their reputation back, it feels like. They have to earn back people's trust. And, I think it is unfortunate. I hope people take the right lessons from this instead of saying, oh, we can release a broken game and just patch it in post over the next 2 years or so and it'll be fine. It's like, no, because look at what the developers had to do for those 2 years to get people to be okay with the game and start to forgive them. Did they believe they could actually do what they promised? That's a really good question. And I've had this question a lot with Star Citizen. Speaking of promising the world, how about we promise multiple? And why is the chat window not showing everything? Chat window, please. You're killing me here. I'll have to fix that later. It's still being weird. The joys of new systems. So... no, I'm sorry. Oh. It updated. Oh no, it updated because you said a new thing, and that new thing is now cropped out. I'll figure that out. I'll figure it out later. I don't want to interrupt the stream to go fixing problematic chat windows. I'm just going to say, sorry, and I'll fix it. Also, it's showing the wrong color. Anyway, so to your question, did they believe... I love this song too, it's so pretty. Did they believe they could actually do what they promised? So that's a really interesting question, because I want to say at some level, yes. I think it is definitely not very good, not agreeable business practice to, you know, to go on stage and say, you know, look at this amazing fucking game. We're gonna do all of this shit and it's gonna be so great and it's gonna be amazing, when you haven't made it yet. But sometimes I think there is a measure of confidence. It's like, we haven't done it yet, but we have the systems in development and we are confident that we will be able to deliver this to you. And that is a promise of sorts, right? Where Star Citizen and Cyberpunk and some of these other games really get into the realm of questionable for me. So Cyberpunk originally released a teaser in, let me look this up so I get the right number, the right date. The original teaser released in 2013. And this was just a CGI teaser trailer, right? There was no gameplay in it. There was no semblance of what the game was going to look or feel like. It was just kind of a, not even a proof of concept. It was just a concept. And then the E3 trailer that showed off Keanu Reeves was in 2019. I think there was another trailer before that that would have been like 2017. So the game was in development for 4 years between when they initially started showing gameplay and when it actually came out. So I look at that and I think about the amount of development that technology undergoes in the span of, you know, a console generation. And I have to wonder, if you're struggling to do this now, how did you think you were going to do it when you originally proposed the game? Right, Cyberpunk has Cyberpunk, again, beautiful world, very fascinating, lots of very rich lore. But aside from being, decently dense, it doesn't feel like an especially living, breathing world compared to other RPGs. So, when they had a trailer that, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, says, this is the most realistic city ever made in a video game. And they said that in like 2018. I have to go, okay, so what were you going to build that on? Or did you just say it because it sounded good? What have you actually developed so that you can confidently go out to people and say, we are developing a living world system that is more sophisticated than anything else that has ever been put out? And that part to me is where you know me, I tend to, as a developer, try and be sympathetic or play devil's advocate for the sake of developers, because game development is hard. But I can definitely, I feel like there is, I don't know that they had to go out and say these things to convince people that Cyberpunk was going to be awesome. And I don't know what grounds they were standing on when they made the claims that this is going to be the new era of gaming. And again, just to, throw stones at the other easy stoning target, Star Citizen. They originally announced the game almost 10 years ago. Original Kickstarter was 2014. And they were talking about, persistent universe with salvageable objects, and if your ship got destroyed, you would be able to go out and re-scavenge your destroyed ship, or if other people beat you to it, they could scavenge the loot. You'd have these big worlds that you could land and walk around on, and all of that sounds great, except that it's 2023 and they're still working on the server tethering system that will allow for all of this sort of seamless multi-world, multi-system interaction. Still figuring out how that's going to work. Still testing it. And they are to a point where they're testing it publicly now. Like they have their public test servers, and they're sort of working with the player community to get it. So there is glacial progress. But my thought is, it's 2023 and you're just now getting the system kind of up and running. What was your plan in 2015? How did you think that was going to work almost a decade ago, when internet technology was not as sophisticated or widespread as it is now? So yeah, I think that's the main thing that kind of frustrates me about Cyberpunk, was not that the game was bad. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy it. It's just, I I felt like I didn't need to be lied to about it. What was there I enjoyed, and I think if they had just like scaled down their ambition a little bit and been more honest about the product they were going to deliver, people would have been a lot happier. I could see saying this is what we want to build. I wouldn't promise things I don't know how to build yet. Exactly. Like, there's nothing wrong with being ambitious, and there's nothing wrong with saying this is our target. Especially a persistent game like Star Citizen that you plan to have online for years and years, right? I think if you have a very clear division of these are our ambitions for the project, but nothing is promised. None of this, some of this we don't know even how we're going to implement it, but we would like to. And people still say, okay, yes, take my money, I want to play it. You know, fine. You were transparent. And that's on them. They said this is unacceptable risk of my $40, $60, $120, $200, whatever, however much they wanted to put in. But, you know, if I had put in on the Kickstarter with the expectation of I'm going to get this game within, you know, a reasonable time frame, I would say sub 5 years. I would be very upset. Because they just sort of keep finding ways to build the ambition of the game without delivering a core experience, it feels like. And I'm not okay with that. I don't think that is good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the developers. I don't think it's good for players. I don't think it's good for the industry. So I'm hoping CD Projekt Red has learned. I don't know if Cloud Imperium has anywhere to learn, like has any room to learn and improve, or if they just kind of have to keep doubling down and pushing forward with the project as it is because they've promised everything, and if they don't deliver, people are going to eat them. Give me 1 second to pour my tea. I'm spilling all this tea. I need to stop and drink some of it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm in a pretty similar boat. Like, I pre-order Final Fantasy expansions because I've been playing that game since 2015, and I know what I'm getting into. So when they announce another expansion, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play it. So go ahead and give me those little pre-order goodies. I know I want them. But, you know, Final Fantasy 16. Well, one, I don't have a PS5, so pre-ordering it would have been a complete waste of money. But even if I had one, yes, there's a lot of trusted developers on that team, and that definitely would have helped things. But it is still a new title from a, I'm going to be honest, Square Enix is a hit and miss publisher and developer. So even something like Final Fantasy 16, I would have been a wait and see purchaser. And from what I've heard, it's good. It's very good. And I'm glad for that. I look forward to getting the PC port in like 2 years. But yeah, at this point, unless it's a game that I am like I said, basically buying an expansion pack for because I already know that I like it and I expect it to be good, I have every reason to believe it's going to be good. No pre-orders. No exceptions. Oh, speaking of Final Fantasy 16, I saw a very dumb article. Let me see if I can find it again. So let's see this. Famitsu sales. Okay, let me see if this has what we need. Physical sales of Final Fantasy 16 in the UK look to have slowed down considerably as the title has fallen out of the top 10 completely. Sales across last week place it in 11th, meaning the likes of Minecraft and last year's Elden Ring sold better than it in the region. So, I feel like this is a really interesting statistic. Like, you're talking about physical sales of a single player RPG. And I wonder how much any of that is relevant in this day and age. Like, given that it's a PS5 title, and is probably going to be, you know, available to download. Like, you're not... So there's probably going to be a equal or greater number of digital purchases as opposed to physical ones. You know, you're not... All of the sort of people that were really excited to get it probably got it in the first week or two. And then, yeah, you're going to see a drop off in sales as all of the, you know, really enthusiastic people already bought it and aren't going to buy it a second time. And everyone else is probably gonna, you know, wait for it to go on sale or wait for a port or get around to it eventually because they have 50 million other games that they want to play, and they'll get to those first and then they'll get back around to it. Like, I'm sure people are trying to divine the will of the gods from these sales figures, but it's just, I don't know, it's super... I feel like it's not taking into account a lot of factors. Also, it's just a really wonderful clickbaity title of, oh no, Final Fantasy 16 is going down in flames. It's like, is it though? Yep. I guess if it bleeds, it leads works for finance as well. Let's see. I feel like we are very, very close. I'm just kind of massaging a few areas. Oh, you know what we completely overlooked? There's no cast shadow under the nose. That would have been embarrassing. Don't shake up. Amid the crash of the world. I mean, you know, I am probably going to buy member as far as the spectrum of Final Fantasy 16 purchases go. But until I have a PS5 or there's a PC port, I'm not gonna get it yet. So there's probably gonna be, you know, a tail to its sales. It's probably gonna see more sales down the line. I guess I just don't quite know what people were expecting to happen, you know? Maybe they don't either. Kind of like what's going on with the writer's strike. Like, everything is sort of running off of these old metrics, and people haven't really updated their thinking. I guess I'm in a soapbox kind of mood tonight. Okay, yeah, it's kind of like that. Ah, no, but I drew on part of the nose. So now it's just like that. Oh, I goofed. That's not bad. Can probably work with that. Let's go ahead and merge that in, and then we just sort of need to clean this up a little bit. So much. Can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down again. I think that'll work. Let me just compare to our stream checkpoint view. Yeah, that seems all right. Yeah, we're working very fine-tooth comb, right? Let's turn the sash back on. We're gonna double check that. You know what we can do? I think, yes, we do have the... Makes me wonder what the accountants at Square expect to see. Do they panic or just say as expected? I feel like Square is kind of in a constant state of panic these days. Because they've had, I think, too many, they've had so many kind of flops and missteps. I imagine to some degree they feel like, you know, they need games like 16 to sort of prop up the company. And any sign that they're not doing that is probably going to trigger some alarms. And I think a lot of that just comes down to how much 16 probably cost. Obviously, I don't have any development numbers. I don't have the development numbers for the game that I work on. So I can't say, you know, what does that look like, but I can imagine. On the subject of that, what was it? I'm glad. I remember I posted, this was many years ago, I posted a little bit of like, hey, here's, you know, a little bit of the game that I'm working on, and one of my friends from college, you know, responded, when is the Kickstarter? And I think I said something to the time of, I want to get the game more developed before I think about doing that, which is good because that would have been like 2017 or 2018, and I still have no game to show. So kind of a same deal of, imagine if I had taken people's money back then and still didn't have a product for them. I would have to give it back at this point because I'm like, I don't know when this is going to happen. Weren't they almost bankrupt before the first Final Fantasy? Yeah, that is kind of notoriously, famously the reason for the name and the thing that managed to bring Squaresoft back from the brink. Yeah, life, believe me, I know, life does things you don't expect it to, and you kind of just have to roll with it. And it's, you know, it's been going okay. I can't complain. I mean, I can, but could be a hell of a lot worse. But yeah, I'm glad I did not put myself into a situation where I would need to explain to my Kickstarter backers, where's my damn game? And then, you know, they shove my head in the toilet. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there would have been a lot less. I think there would be a lot less frustration around Star Citizen and a lot less animosity around Cyberpunk if they just didn't promise everything and then some, you know? Oh well. I mean, not to excuse them, but I feel like there might be a sort of pressure that people feel that we need to somehow get people's attention in the middle of the info storm. Right? There's so many things trying to get people's attention and get them to play us or watch us or listen to us or do us. And to stand out in the middle of all that, you have to be bigger and cooler and more interesting. As the old tagline says, you could have been anywhere in the world and you chose to be here. Speaking of which, you could have been anywhere on the internet and you chose to be here in this little goober chat room, and I appreciate that. What was the thing I wanted to do? Oh, I wanted to flatten this tail out a little bit more. Obviously, we don't need to put a lot of thought into the tail. It's not a central element, but I wanna give it just a little bit more. I think the way I actually want to do it, we're just gonna kind of grab like that. We're just going to sort of press it up against the ground a little bit like that. Clean it up a bit. Grab a little bit of this just to... I always hate this sort of boundary right here. Like I never like making something completely black, but when you have contact shadows, you know, you have that little bit of ambient occlusion where the surface is like actually touching. And it's just going to get a little bit extra dark. I think if I were to not so much like advice. It's not the one thing that I would warn people about, but mind your edges is definitely an art tip of the day. Without good edges, you don't have a good sense of volume. Turn the sash off for a minute. I just want to check through this area, make sure everything's doing good. Just gonna add a little bit more. Okay. Brush is just too soft. I am pretty happy with the anatomy on this one. It was definitely kind of a focus this time around. I feel like it has come out pretty well. Thankfully, we didn't have too much perspective to throw on top of the anatomy, because that's just a 1-2 death punch. Let me double check the armpit real quick. Where's my book? Is this gonna have something useful? Probably not. No. Where's my other book? I don't know where my other book is. Alright. Google references. Let's go. Oh, come on. I know. I don't care. Alright, that's not bad. Okay. So yeah, we can kind of soften this up a little bit. Oh God, what the hell am I looking at? It's always really interesting and challenging, let's say, trying to find good photo reference online, especially of people. Because even on a good day, you know, there's always a challenge of like finding images that haven't been airbrushed and photoshopped and edited. It's like, I need an actual photo without any touch-ups, please. I don't know. I don't want to know what your perceived perfection is. I want to know what it is. And nowadays, you know, we've got actual photos and edited photos and AI generated images, which are just completely useless. And some are convincing enough that if you're not watching, definitely can pass at a glance. So it makes things just not much more difficult to sort out. Okay. Yeah, I think just softening up this edge a little bit helps. I think the anatomy is feeling pretty good. Just add a little bit more touch up and a little bit, you know, a little bit of temperature, a little bit of blood flow, right? Particularly through some of these delicate areas. Okay, let's keep this going. as it flickers and dies. And once past the household, then it's out the light. It's shown for the friends and the clinking of glasses. Attend to the flame and worship the ashes. Yeah, that feels pretty good. We can add a little bit of a rosy tone through all the soft tissues, such as it is. Do you feel heavy, your eyes dropped with grief? Your spirit is wild and your suffering is brief. So never you buckle and bend to the masses. How are the eyes feeling? This is pretty good. I think we're good on the eyes. Get round the fire with a glass of strong ale. There you are. Seeds and expect some strong branches. Attend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. Now show me a man that can meet all his needs. It's definitely a style thing. I like having just a little bit of tone in the pupils, sort of reflecting the iris. I don't know. Absolute black and absolute white are just very... they're so neutral. It can be hard, I think, to make them interesting. So just adding a little bit of something, right, to each one. A little bit of off black, a little bit of off white. I think just gives a lot more room for personality. Okay. I think this is pretty good, pretty close. I'm just gonna keep, checking things over. Hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye. And Jim was quite happy with the revisions to the hand that we did last time. Quite like the nails, so I think that's good. I'm gonna clean up one tiny little bump right there. I think definitely running out of stuff to touch on. Here's a health to the company, and one to my lass. Let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, oh grief to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to the dear lass that I love so well. Hey, Sonic. Welcome on in. I hope your week is off to a great start. I hope you're staying hydrated. How you doing? Her countenance as she sits on my knee. There's no man in this wide world as happy as me. Ooh, new Twitch redeems. Nice. These like sound redeems, you got video redeems. You're getting real fancy adding some of those transparencies people are into. Yeah, just a little bit of a back shine on the nail, get it extra glossy. I want to just reduce the... That was weird. Whoa. Drawing sussy stuff again. It's totally safe for Twitch. Don't worry about it. It's triple Twitch approved. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna clean up this a little bit. I do like adding or leaving just a little bit of fuzziness on here, just because, you know, that sort of skin texture, you know. And I don't really like having really hard edges, you know. It feels very artificial. It is funny that I never got very good with oil paints, but I feel like this is the most oil paint feeling work that I've done. Oh, you're getting hit by that heat dome, huh? I'm sorry. Yeah, stay hydrated, dude. I hear it's pretty bad. Hopefully it breaks soon, because this sounds not good. Not good, and I hope people stay okay, stay healthy. Good signs on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll think of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Smoke and ash and dawn good says, all in a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and dawn. Sing oak and ash and dawn good says, all in a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and dawn. Okay. I want to try something. No. It's looking kind of droopy. I think we'll leave it where it is. Also, let's flip it. Flip, flip, flip. Hello. Why does it keep recentering the image like that? Yeah, I think it works fine. It's a little flat, but it's fine. If I were to change it, I think we would need to do something more like this. Excuse me? Oh, I get why. Okay. Okay. I think we just need to copy visible. Hey then, boys, spread the word around, make some noise, and keep your upside down. Said, hey there, boys, shoulders to the crowd. Here's our chance to get what we wanting now. I don't know if that actually worked. What the hell did you just do? Oh, shoot. I don't know what just happened there. Bodies, boy. This is kind of weird. There's like a transparency going on. I've never seen it do this before. Huh. Very strange. Oh! Because the lighting in the eyes is on another layer. Oh dear. Well, I'm just a goober. I guess we'll go ahead and merge that in. Okay. You know, after having done all of this, I don't know if I'm even, gonna like it. I just wanted to sort of try nudging the eye into place and see if a slightly different angle felt better. No, I kind of like the more hooded look. Yeah, it was worth testing. We're just gonna have to accept that it is the way that it is. And we'll try again next time. Take a deep breath, breathe. And good luck to ya. As high boys, our night has come. Okay, I think the beads are fine. I don't think we really need to touch those up anymore. Sash looks good. Actually, yeah, the sash does feel good. Tail's good. We cleaned up the leg a little bit. Even gave the hand a little bit extra attention. That's nice. Yeah, I think we're really just about there. I'm not really feeling anything else that needs to get fixed. I think we're at it. It is telling me that it is done. Nice. Let's be sure to flip it back before I forget. Okay. So, there is one more thing that we can do, and unfortunately we can't quite finish it because there's a few things that I have to do cough cough off stream, cough cough cough. But we can do sort of the more broad strokes of our post-processing, right? So we can kind of come in like that. So on sure, I was in shock and she should be fired. Okay. Something shocking and upsetting on Twitter? No way. Ain't no way. Okay, let's put this on top of the sash, like so. And then we're going to group this up. We'll call it post-process. And set it to overlay. Woof! Nuke it! So we're going to drop that to like 20%. We'll drop this to, let's say 30. Yeah, I like that. Saying Lauren Bilbert through a pin honoring. Huh. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. I don't know. Let's see. I might touch this up a little bit, but it's hard to do without the Twitch approval in the way. So I think I'm just gonna call that an after stream touch up. Okay, we're gonna do one more thing just because I'm noticing how smudgy the hand is getting with the post processing on it. So we're gonna come in and give this a little bit more love, and then that'll be it. There we go. Just a little bit longer, I'm on my way to you. Touch me with a come down. Rescue. Oh, autosave, thank you. Come on. Stop being so long. The stars are not the key. Just really strong. It's in on you that there they lie. There we go. Can kill the bones of people up and walking on. Oh, what the hell? So smudgy. That's a little better. Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. This is a little bit more touch up. Just trying to smooth a teensy bit of this out, right? Excuse me. Case in point, what the hell? Okay. That looks pretty good. That feels right. So now, you just need to get the sash to kind of sit around that nicely. Oh. Come on, please. The chat box is really bothering me. Why is it cropping like that? I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. There, nice and round. As it should be. I'm just gonna get a little bit of compression against the ground. There we go. Okay. I think we are good. Let's just check with the post-processing on, make sure the hand isn't getting microwaved. I think we'll also drop the intensity of the darks a little bit, just so that it's not quite so powerful, right? Okay, yes. And let's drop this back down. So yeah, normally what I would do is I would like turn this off, and then we would create a gray layer to sit on top at like 20%, 10% even, just to add a little bit of contrast to it, right? However, because that has the Twitch approvals in it, it's not going to work right now. So I'll have to do that last little bit of processing once I finish it up off stream. However, I think we can go ahead and tag it. Let's grab this brown. This is a nice brown. Nice sort of wheat brown, wheat gold. This is the first not safe for work image that I have signed. Huh. So yeah, there is like I said, there's a little bit more that I need to do off stream, but we will take care of that where Twitch isn't going to get mad at me. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and put this one in the books, at least as far as the streams are concerned. It'll be interesting to see if I get more of this sort of work, because I certainly enjoy it, but obviously it's a little bit of a dance, making sure that we don't do anything we can't do. Yeah, I don't have any other commission projects lined up, but hopefully we'll get something soon. What is that? In the meantime, I think what we will do for the rest of tonight is just doodle a little bit of comic stuff, you know? I don't expect these to take very long, but it should be fun. Fun little intermediate project and a nice little cool down from something like that. I'm gonna switch to a softer brush actually. That's better. Only by the star. Cancel. Nudge it down. You can also scale it down a bit. It doesn't need to be this big. Okay. Wouldn't it be funny if this is what I got in trouble for? It's like, Twitch, I just haven't put a shirt on. Jeez, calm down. There we go. Just clean this up a little bit. Okay, so let's just do the shirt and undershirt for this one. I think we'll leave the vest off. Ooh, I haven't listened to this in a bit. Before I forget, as I so often do, if this were an actual proper drawing, I'd probably bring in the 3D ref model, but it's just a little dual comic, so we don't need to be nearly as precise with the design of the halo, right? Thunder only happens when it's raining. Please only love you when they're playing. Indeed. Just a silly little feel good. I'm gonna make this darker though, so that's easier to tell apart from the figure. One thing I would like to do, we might actually try and do this tonight, is finish this piece. finish this comic. Because I think we can, there's a fair amount of like repetition in this one, as I have a plan. I think if it were 4 completely separate drawings, that weren't going to happen, but I want to just get a little bit faster. And if I get to a point where I can sort of do these sort of comic doodles without, you know, dedicating a lot of time to them, then I think I'll feel more confident to do more of them, which should be nice. Just little story beats, you know? On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up to the air. What is colita? Distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. As you lift up the candle, she'll show you the way. Is it a drink? It sounds like a drink. I always thought it was a drink. The way he says it makes me think of eucalyptus. It was like, I guess eucalyptus has a smell. Also, eucalyptus aren't supposed to be in California. They're an invasive species. Mine is timpani twisted. Give me 1 second. I want to grab the model, version 2 model, because I want to reference this. I know we're not being too precise. I just want to make sure I get the general shape and feel correct. The right deets, you know? Came up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, hey. Living it up at the Hotel California. There we go. Good enough. I'm gonna look it up. Wait, really? A slang term in Mexico for the bud of the cannabis plant. Nice. Definitely slipped that one past the censors. Well, it certainly explains why his head grew heavy. It's like, yeah, okay, checks out. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely tracks. So my understanding is that the song is about like the Hollywood and entertainment industry in the 70s and 80s. So, yeah, drugs. It's about drugs. It's about drugs and broken dreams. Though I also understand that it's one of those songs that's just kind of up to interpretation. It's going to be about the things that make the most sense to you. Okay. Getting a little too in the weeds with this halo for my taste. This is why I made the freaking 3D model, so I could just kind of go over it. Love. I ain't tried none of that shit. I'm clean as a whistle. How clean is a whistle anyway? People are constantly spitting on whistles. I feel like they'd be pretty gross. I'm strong, you call me weak, but still your secrets I will keep. All the times I never let you down, you stumbled in and bumped your head. If not for me, then you'd be dead. And put you back on solid ground. Okay. I'm gonna clean it up more. I don't want to get too stuck on it, you know? I want to sort of get back and clean up some of these other details as well. Oh, I never took my vest off. My B. Here. Let's get casual. God, I can't wait to roll out the new model. I'm super excited. I've been kind of paused working on some of the last little details just because there's so much else to do for the debut. It's like, all right, let's worry about those, and then we'll come back and finish this up. Otherwise, the model's just gonna sit at 100% for like 2 months while I work on other things. So we might work on some stuff during stream, just to help kind of push things along. One second. Gotta take my shirt off. Okay, yeah, no belly button. That's what I thought. Sometimes I forget how far down this goes. Like the legend of the phoenix, what ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? Also no beginnings. We've come too far to give up who we are. Grew up all night to get lucky. There we go. Okay, I'm probably gonna crop it right around here, so I'm not worried really about drawing the legs or anything. I'm mostly just putting the hips in to make sure that things feel right. A little bit of overdraw. Oh, I'm up too high. Hello. Sit down. I thought about adding a sitting toggle for the new model. It would be cool. I feel like it would be so much work, because it would also mean adding like alternates for all the legs. It seemed like too much. It might be something that I try and add down the line, though I kind of get the feeling this model's already kind of hitting its maximum complexity. Might need an alternate sit version. Every time I export the model for testing, Live2D is like, hey, so you're at like almost the maximum number of masks. If you go beyond this number, performance is going to take a hit. Give me 1 second. It's getting a little warm in here. I need to turn my fan on. Here we go. How fucking long has the mic been off? Oh, no. Fuck. Oh, fuck. When did I go to turn my fan on? Because I think it was that. Oh, so that would be like an hour-ish? Jesus. Oh, fuck. Well, I guess if I said something absolutely brainless, no one would ever know. So like that, there's that at least. Fuck. All right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you for the head pats. I don't deserve them, but thank you. Oh, that hurts. It hurts so good. Fuck. As I was trying to say, I hope you're having a good start to your week, Tech. It's good to see you, and no worries. I know my stream schedule is kind of bizarre, but I'm glad you could make it. We're just working on... So we finished the on-stream portion of Jin's commission. And I will work on the too hot for Twitch elements off-stream before I send it over to her. And now we're just working on a silly little doodle comic. Understandable. I basically remember what day of the week it is through a combination of what meetings I have at work and memes. I totally get it. But yeah, I hope things are going well. Apparently, I've just been talking to myself for a while, so that's neat. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Oh, where were we? Did that already. You know what would be fun? You know what would be fun? What is it called? So good. So go for a minute. Whoa, where are we going? Goodbye. home. The air and water flowing hard. The land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. This song gives me want to go out and do labor. Or grab a hammer and get swinging. Making peace to build a future. Strong, united, working till we fall. And we all lift. And we're all adrift together. Together. Through the cold mist, till we're lifeless together. Together. Man, I miss Beat Saber. Such a fun-ass game. Give me 1 second. I need to shut something down on my work computer before it gets shut down. There we go. Yeah, I was actually using Beat Saber for a long time because it's a really good workout. So, you know, especially during the fall and winter, you know, when running isn't as readily available because of the weather and the lack of fucking sunlight. I would use that a lot as part of my workouts. It is really fun. Yeah, that'll do. I'm just gonna break up the fringe down here a little bit. Sisters below, going where the winds don't blow. That's where we all down to the deep, we're sleeping in the cold below. You just flatten the head a little bit. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I think my VR headset that I got from a friend years back, I tried hooking it up with this computer and it doesn't want to. I don't know if there's something wrong with it or if the tech just isn't talking to each other properly, but it just didn't want to. So I'll probably mess with it a little bit more and see if I can get it going, but it might just be the case that I need a new one, which, yeah, it sucks. And, you know, much like consoles, it's not worth buying a new headset just for like 2 or 3 games. So I'd have to really think about whether that's something that I would want to drop money on, especially that much money. Maybe I could find like a used headset or something, but you know, used headsets I feel like would just be super gross. Do you know where a VR headset has been? It's been on people's faces. Like, how much are they? I mean, definitely a few hundred. I don't really want to get a Meta Quest. Yeah, like, let me check. Meta Quest 2 would cost, so the nicer one costs $350. But what I would probably want to get, because I don't want to give Meta anything, would be an Index, which is like 700 or 800, I think. Might be a little bit less, but not by much. Yeah, exchange rates fucking suck. Unfortunately, console VR, I don't know how much PlayStation even is trying with VR at this point, but you can't get any of the modded songs with the PlayStation version. So that's just out. I mean, don't get me wrong, the songs in Beat Saber are fun. I like a lot of them, and they do have a good number of DLC packs, but like all of the fan-made tracks. Tell me I can't have that shit? No way. I still can't believe I spent so much of this stream fucking not talking to anybody. Well, I hope you guys who are sitting with the tunes in silence still had a nice time. I'm going to play that game. I want to slice through weeb songs. You damn right. Yeah, damn right. You gotta get your anime intros and HoloLive songs and Toho. Gotta get the Tohos. The Tohos. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I have a few of Kali's songs. I'm assuming there's gotta be some modding tracks. I just didn't look for them. Okay, that's good. That's good here. I'm going with that. Okay, and now we need to bring the halo back. Okay, well, we definitely got to move the halo now that it is sitting directly on the eye. That should work. I like that. I think that'll work. Actually, can we flip it? Well, don't do that. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, this one I have in Beat Saber, and it is one of my favorites. It goes so fucking hard. There we go, that feels good. County Treasure Box. Marine voice reminds me of the old singers of Japanese. No, I know what you get. I know what you mean. Like, it's not like a perfect resonance, you know. It has that sort of human imperfection that makes it's nice because it feels more authentic for not being perfect. I mean, honestly, I think that's a lot of what I like a lot about watching streamers, especially like independent streamers, is that sort of feeling of like, you know, even when they're using VTubers and they have, you know, sort of the look that they want, they're still just people doing silly people things. Like, I personally enjoyed that sort of authenticity. Whoa, where am I going? Bye. Oof. Oh yeah, no, Bao's singing is really good. Her voice is just really cute. And that's kind of the fun thing about Bao being like such a shameless degenerate. Is like, if she wanted to, she could definitely come out and just be like a perfect say-so, you know, idol lady, right? That everyone loves, and she's just the perfect princess, right? Instead, no, she just decides to come out and just be as down abominable as she absolutely wants to be. Because it's her show and she's going to do it the way she wants to do it. And it's great. It's fun. Oh yeah, no, the model's very cute. And yeah, you look at her and you're like, oh, what a sweet little angel. And then she opens your mouth and you go, oh my god. Right? And even like the HoloLive streamers. I feel like when they started, a lot of them tried to sort of go for that more palatable character. And they kind of got into a groove of more just what they wanted to do. Like, as they sort of figured out what their streaming personality was going to be. And you can really watch them, like, get into the feel of it and start to really enjoy themselves. Sorry, I'm trying to find the next something. I think I'm about out of jams for tonight, so I think we're just going to put the radio on. Sure. What's it called? Sure. All right. Let's go. Pause that for a second. pretty recent. Wait, which one is her? There we go. What's happening? There we go. Okay. And then we just need, where's the, there you are. Oh, come on. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. Huh. Doesn't really look like an M, does it? Alright, we'll switch it back to data. It's fine. And then, there we go, rasterize. Okay, I'm going to do one more layer just to shade in the eyes a teeny bit. That was a fun song. That was very sweet. there are gonna be some hapless suckers that hear that song and be like, oh wow, she sounds so pure and sweet. I want to go see what her streams are about. Oh no! Okay, let's just put that back. But yeah, that was a good song. Shit. And how many fart noises did it have? And started to shit herself. Yeah, that checks out. That sounds correct. Okay, so let's put this in group 2 and this in group 2. That in 2. This will go in 1 and this will go in 4. Not bad for a couple hours. Freaking calibrations. Don't you hate when your arm just falls off? Drops on the floor? Yeah, it happens. I'm working on that. This drifted a little bit because of the movement of the halo. There we go. Fuck! Let me try one thing, just to get the expression a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if I want it angry, more just kind of like panicked. That's a little better. That'll do. Oh, that's the worst when you wake up and a body part is just like, nope, I'm dead. I'm dying. Okay. Okay. It sucks. And you're just like, no, come on, stay with me. Okay. You know what? How are we doing on time? It's been about 3.5 hours. I think we can try. We can aim for one more. Because that went pretty fast. This one's going to be a little bit harder just because the perspective is going to be really weird. But we'll see how we do. Just one more. もう一回。もう一回。もう一回。Chibi's in perspective. Yeah, and that shit's why I don't play gotchas. One more pull, one more pull, one more round. But it's never just one more. Okay. So yeah, these went, and I'm honestly kind of glad to say they went a little faster than I thought they would, which is neat. So we'll see kind of where we land on Saturday. On one hand, it kind of frees up time to make sure that, you know, I do think we'll probably finish System Shock this week. It feels like we're about that close. So we might just end up taking more time to play System Shock. And then sort of see what art project we want to get started on. I'm gonna pew pew some dude. Yeah. I'm gonna roll up and be like, dude, you look huge. Let me pull out the big gun. Just thin the head down a little bit. So yeah. Can't really see the face at this angle, but, you know, we'll get the eyes in at least. That's the important part. I mean, I guess I could kind of rotate things up to be more like that angle. Let's do that. We'll have to move some stuff around, but that's okay. Trying. We'll see. We shall see. Because it's exploding pretty quick. Feels like. So the funny thing is, one thing I actually really like about this game, I was showing it when we started, is the game has obviously, like, you know, easy, medium, and hard difficulties, but it has it for different elements of the game, right? So you can increase the difficulty of the combat and the aggression of the enemies, but then make the hacking puzzles a lot easier because you're not here to hack, you just want to blow shit up. And, you know, you can have objective markers like a modern shooter, as opposed to sitting there trying to figure everything out through the audio logs, if, you know, you're a quitter. And one of the difficulty settings sets an actual timer on objectives. So if you don't stop Shodan in time, she will actually just blow up the earth and kill you. Yeah, and I mean, if I had played with the timer on, it would already have been game over. Right? I spent so many hours wandering halls trying to figure out what the fuck I was doing. We would have lost already. Did you ever play Super Metroid? No. No, I've watched it. I've watched a shit ton of, you know, the speed runs on Games Done Quick. Never played it myself. But yeah, I know the ending is like, yeah, you better go. Oh yeah, the start of the game has a timer. Well, I know Metroid Prime has it. Does Super Metroid have that at the start? Metroid definitely loves it. You better get out before shit explodes, because shit be exploding. Everything exploding all of the time. That's Metroid. Samus may or may not be responsible. That's true. I guess. Did Metroid Prime have it at the end as well? Because I think Metroid Prime 2 had an escape at the end. I don't remember if Metroid Prime 1 did. Yeah, and obviously I'm not, like I said, I'm not playing with the timer on in System Shock. I don't know how aggressive it is. I just saw it in the difficulty settings. I was like, oh, that's awesome. That's cool. Adds a more realistic sense of pressure to the stakes, you know? Obviously not for everyone, and that's fine. That's why it's an option. But I think it's cool that they added it. I'm gonna pull these up a little bit more. Man, this one is super messy. I might just duplicate the eye once I have it where I like it. Game checks in after like a minute. He's like, you good out there? You okay? Should we slow it down? You're just on the floor foaming from the mouth. There we go. Good. Good. Okay. We're figuring it out. We're getting there. Let's make this smaller. I feel like I make this element of the hair too big out every time. It feels large and important, and I think it's not as much as I give it weight. There we go. Okay. So huge. Extremely huge. Maybe then Luke will be proud of me. Super swole, super huge, but still a pogging little goober at heart. Yeah, it's just a tiny little goober. Okay. And yeah, I'm just gonna be lazy. Copy the eye over. Oh. Oh. I was still on the duplicate layer. There we go. So yeah, after System Shock, I think we'll take a bit of a game break. I know what game we're going to play next. I just want to focus a little bit on doing some artwork and getting the debut ready. And then once we've done that, you know, take a week or two off from games and sort of focus. And then once we're back, we'll play Outer Wilds. I think Mirinth was playing Tunic, which is awesome, and that's definitely a game that I want to play. But that's also why I don't want to watch her stream it. I don't want to watch people stream games that I intend to play, because it's like, I don't want to spoil it. This is why May has been playing like all the hot new shit coming out. It's like, awesome! I'm super happy for you. I hope you enjoy it. I won't be there. Yeah, same. And God, for like a good week or two, Twitch was just like, don't go to Twitch. Everybody playing Tears of the Kingdom up in here. But this is also why I'm not, you know, a big streamer, because everyone's playing Final Fantasy 16 and Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm like, today we're going to be playing System Shock. Last time we played Kena Bridge of Spirits. But you know what? We're having fun with it, so fuck them. Actually, no, we played Planet of Lana before System Shock, which I was very happy. I recommended to somebody, and they were playing it the next stream, and they had a good time, and I was like, yes! Yeah, I do care about Final Fantasy. I am going to play it eventually. It's probably not going to be for a while because I don't have a PS5. But I do want to avoid spoilers for it. Let's try this again. Okay, so there's the palm, there's the thumb. God of War is another game that I've been meaning to play, and I actually have a PS4, so I can play the first one, plus it's on PC at this point, so double non-argument. I just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, I don't know. There are some games... Some games, I guess, I just don't mind watching other people play it. Like, Red Dead Redemption 2, I don't have much interest in playing, so that's whatever. But, like, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, God of War, Final Fantasy, Tears of the Kingdom, all of those are games that I intend to play at some point. So I'm not going to watch someone else play them. I want to know what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, and for me, I don't know. I've never been like a big fan of watching VoDs for some reason. I like to be sort of there with the people while it's going on. It just doesn't feel the same to watch a VoD. I know it's better than nothing, but like when I missed when Maya finished Final Fantasy X, and that sucked because like I was really looking forward to watching her reaction to it, and it just wasn't the same to watch a recording. Better than nothing, but not as good as being there. Especially, so not so much lately. I think VTubers take up too much of my watching time now. But back in the day, I used to watch a lot of Pro Dota. And I almost never watched any of the VODs. Like, I either caught the game live or I didn't catch it. Because it just... It didn't hit the same to watch the replay, you know? Oh yeah, no, I hate jumping into stuff like halfway through it for sure. Well, like movies and whatnot. You know, stream, I get there when I get there. Okay, let's get rid of that one, and then I'm gonna be lazy again and paste the hand. This doesn't... Well, that's unfortunate. That doesn't work because the perspective is not the same. But at the same time, this hand might actually be easier to draw. Because we can kind of oven mitt the fingers together. So VTubers most of the time. I started to get more into it a little before Nina. Like just watching in general. Yeah. For some reason I know what the reason is. Yeah, and I kind of have, it's interesting because I'll definitely like have people that I watch and follow along, and then kind of gravitate into different groups and find new streamers through like raids and recommendations and connections. So there are a few that I watch. Yeah, especially YouTube streamers. I pretty much only catch clips. I never watch them live. One like it's not bad as like background, background entertainment, but I don't really watch that many streamers during work. Just because like I can't pause it and I can't really take the time to interact with the streamer or the chat because I'm working. So usually watching streamers is more of like an evening, dinner time and after dinner thing for me. Yeah, it is weird because, well, it's actually not that weird. So I was never into streaming, like watching streams a ton until 2020. The pandemic happened and the VTubers lit up and were suddenly everywhere. And I kind of got more into streaming as a result of that. I don't know if it was the combination of the pandemic or just because, silly anime people on the internet being silly and playing video games. But it worked out. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. I try not to, multi-stream too much just because I don't want to take up all the internet, but at the same time, it's like there are too many people online at once and I want to watch and support them all and I can't. Also, if I have the audio on for multiple streams at once, it just becomes mentally debilitating. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I don't know what this line is, but we can ditch it. We can ditch this, whatever, leftover noise. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a browser with tabs full of VTubers, and the VTubers made me crazy. Yeah. So, I wouldn't say worst, right? Because it's like, oh no, I have too much to watch. But, twice a year, Games Done Quick does their week-long marathon. I love Games Done Quick. I've been catching the marathons every year since like 2016, 2017. And it's 24 hours, so I can't watch all of it, but I catch as much of it as I can. But that also means that during that week, it's like, well, fucking nothing else is getting watched. Yeah, God, I wish I could shadow clone myself. I would get so much done. And I have one doing art, one doing another art, one playing video games, and all of them are watching a streamer. It would be great. It would be the best. Excuse me. So we might have to excuse me. And what? Bro? You know what? I think we're good. I think we're. You know what? Never mind. Don't know what I'm talking. Don't you fucking come into my stream and lie to me. How dare you? There we go. And we're just gonna go like boom. Crop the back of that off like that. I'll bonk myself. Please do. In the absence of a disciplinarian, or if all disciplinarians are busy, please grab the discipline hammer and proceed to bonk yourself the appropriate number of times. Thank you. Respect and enjoy the peace. The discipline sledgehammer. For when it is truly needed. For when someone has been naughty. Okay. This is pretty good. Unfortunately, I do think we're going to need to leave the second half of this one for Saturday. I don't mind. I'm glad that we got it started. I think we sort of cleaned up a lot of the, you know, tougher questions about like the perspective on the body and everything. But we're getting to the end of the stream for tonight and trying to work out the second panel in like 5 minutes is not gonna work. So yeah, we'll do that on Saturday, and then we'll figure out what sort of larger art piece we want to do. Yes, better to take a little bit of extra time and get it into a place that we're happy with than try and rush it for no reason tonight. All right, thank you for coming, Standing. I know it was must have been a little weird when I wasn't talking for like a solid hour or more, but I hope you had fun tonight. I hope you had a good stream. Get some good rest, and I will see you next time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, so I think that's okay. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Get some good rest. And I will see you on Saturday, where we're gonna save the world and possibly blow shit up. Probably, definitely blow shit up. Lots of shit. Okay. Yeah, we definitely got a few more things to do with this one. But let's jump back to the main piece of tonight so everyone can enjoy it as we wrap things up for the evening. Ba-bum! The final sniffer. It's a final sniffer. Ba-da-ba-ba. Alright, who is around? Who's hanging out? Who's being cool tonight? Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. I'm glad you like it. So Jin is hanging out. However, it is Eros' birthday stream and stream anniversary. So we're gonna go raid Eros and wish her a happy birthday, because Eros is chaotic but also very sweet and cool. So let's go wish her a happy birthday. So that's going to be our raid message. And that's going to be our non-subbed raid message. Okay, let's get that raid bus a-rolling. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I know it was a little weird, what with the, frickin' silence for a while, but I hope everyone had fun with the stream. I'm glad we got this done, and we got some silly little comics going. I hope you guys get some wonderful rest and have a great rest of your week. Remember to stay hydrated, stay cool where you can, take care of yourselves, and remember to be kind to others and be kind to yourselves. You guys are doing a great job, and I'm proud of you, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Chooms. Have a good night, and I'll see you on Saturday. Bye, everybody. Later. Bye-bye.